to see if we have any little ones, because these ones are. Oh, we don't need that. Here. All right. I think we'll probably get rid of this for the night. We're just going to let you guys have each a book. I'll get rid of this for the night, unless you want to use it while you're sitting for your papers. So you're front and center. Well, I'll leave it here. If you want it, you can have it. If not, somebody can use it, and if not, you're going to sit. You're going to stand up here most of it. Yep. All right. Wait. We'll just put some candles. Where are our candles? Hold on. Ira keeps them. Yeah. I don't know. Is it either this one or that?
I didn't really look in there, Brian.
Well, I like the candles.
Yeah.
Unless you know where it is. All right, guys, you ready? You guys ready? All right, come on up, bring your Sidurim. So we're going to get going this evening. Stand over there.
What did you say?
So this evening we are welcoming in both Shavuot and we are excited to celebrate confirmation with our 10th graders who have willingly participated in some extra learning this year so that they could be a part of this experience. We took some pictures a little bit ago, so that will be enshrined on the walls in the back hallway. And I know that last year's class also kind of got delayed and was very different because of COVID. So this year we are glad to be able to be here in the sanctuary and be able to take pictures and celebrate together in person. So we're going to begin this evening with the blessing for the candles, which you will find forward in your Siddur on page 79. And this is, of course, because we are welcoming in the holiday of Shavuot, our festival. We recite the bracha for Yom Tov, and then we'll continue with Shehechianu as well. So I'm going to go masking on and off as we need, and Rabbi Ben is here to help with our lovely confirmation group that is going to help with the service as well. So we are going to begin by lighting candles. So we ask, if you're able to rise.
Sure. Do Shavuot Yom Tov. We'll do it all together. Do it. Oh. It's taken. Okay.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Yom Tov. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kiyamanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. Good Yontif, Chag Sameach. You are welcome to be seated. You are welcome.
Okay. Hello. My name is Marcella Perry, and this is my confirmation speech. Judaism has taught me many things, not only about religion as a whole, but the things that come as an outcome to learning about Judaism. Judaism is about being proud of what you stand for, and to always care about the community together, and to celebrate each holiday with each other as family and friends. I have learned many stories and lessons that have helped me in life, just like when you do a mitzvah, we feel amazing and want to do more for others, as well as giving tzedakah. Judaism has brought me closer to this community, and I have always felt welcome to my own opinions and views in class. I love hearing each side of how everyone feels when we meet to talk about Judaism, and I know that there are others that understand and feel the same way. This makes me feel welcome and loved because we all share one thing in common, which is what Judaism has taught me to embrace. Thank you.
We begin together the evening service on page 39A as once again we rise. We face the Aron HaKodesh. Baruch et Adonai HaMevorach Baruch Adonai HaMevorach HaMevorach Le'olam Va'ed HaMevorach HaMevorach Le'olam Va'ed. You may be seated. We're in the middle of 39A. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher. Umavir yom umevi laila umavdil ben yom uven laila Adonai tzavaot shemo el chai v'kayam tamid yimloch aleinu le'olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai Hama'ariv Aravim. Page 40, you'll find the blessing, the paragraph that reminds us of our love for God and God's love for us through Torah. This is our holiday of Torah, Shavuot is, and certainly we recognize the mitzvot are our way of connecting to both God and to those around us in the world and our path for making the world a better place. We join together Ahavat Olam on page 40. Ahavat Olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta Torah u'mitzvot chukim u'mishpatim otanu limadeta Al kein Adonai Eloheinu b'shochbeinu u'v'kumeinu nasiach b'chukecha v'nismach b'divrei Toratecha u'b'mitzvotecha le'olam va'ed Ki hem chayeinu ve'orech yameinu uvahem negei yomam v'layla Ki hem chayeinu ve'orech yameinu uvahem negei yomam v'layla Ki hem chayeinu ve'orech yameinu uvahem negei yomam v'layla Ki hem chayeinu v'yorach yameinu v'hem negei yomam v'layla V'ahavatcha al tasir mimenu le'olamim Baruch atah Adonai ohev amo Yisrael. Page 41, you'll find the Shema as our confirmation class leads us. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai echad. Shem kavod malchuto le'olam va'ed. Ve'afta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavcha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'odecha ve'hayu hadvarim ha'eleh asher anochi metzavecha hayom al levavecha Veshinantam levanecha v'divartam v'shivtecha b'veitecha uv'lechtecha v'derech uv'shochbecha uv'kumecha uv'kshartam le'ot al yadecha v'hayu letotafot bein einecha Uchtavtam al mezuzot beitecha uvisharecha. We join together in the English on the middle of 41, the V'ahavta together. You shall love Adonai your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all that is yours. These words that I command you this day shall be taken to heart. Teach them again and again to your children. Speak of them when you sit in your home, when you walk on your way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. Bind them as a sign upon your hand and as a symbol above your eyes. Inscribe them upon the doorposts of your homes and upon your gates. We continue silently. 42.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Schweike. Recently, when I had the opportunity to be confirmed, I didn't really know what that meant, so I talked to my parents about it. They explained that confirmation is the next stage in Jewish education after Hebrew school, but most importantly, I get to take a picture in the white robe. I was excited because I remember going to the hall of the classroom in the synagogue, seeing my dad, two uncles in their white confirmation robes, with my grandfather, who is the educational director at Agudas, and my grandmother, who is a Hebrew school teacher. That gave special meaning to me to be able to participate in this confirmation class and to continue a family tradition. I'm very excited to have this opportunity. During one of our classes with Rabbi Cohen asked us a very important question. What does God mean to you? Not only did this question stand out to me, but it got me thinking. First and foremost, God is my creator, and God is a part of me. I was born with DNA of my mom and dad. Similarly, when God created me, he used a part of himself. I know God's spirit and energy are always with me. When I look to God for help or gratitude, I look within myself, because I know God is always there.
Adonai Elohechem Emet. We turn over to page 44. There you will find Micha Mocha, which is our song of joy as we have left slavery in Egypt. And we talk about this on Friday night, the feeling of euphoria that we must have had as we left Egypt. We crossed the Red Sea. We knew we were safe. Tonight marks the end of that journey as we arrived in Mount Sinai for the Torah, and of course it really is just the beginning of the journey from Mount Sinai to the Promised Land, which we know was a arduous journey. But here we pause to celebrate. We join together, page 44. There you'll find Micha Mocha in the middle as Rabbi Richards and those on the bima help lead us.
Micha mocha ba'elim Adonai, Micha mocha nehedar b'kodesh nora, nora, nora tehilot, oseh pele. Micha mocha ba'elim Adonai, Micha mocha nehedar b'kodesh nora, nora, nora tehilot, oseh pele. מלכותך ראו בניך, בוקע ים לפני משה. זה לי, אנו ואמרו, מלכותך ראו בניך, בוקע ים לפני משה. זה לי, אנו ואמרו, מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות עושה פלא. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות עושה פלא. אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות עושה פלא, עושה פלא, עושה פלא.
ונאמר כי פדה אדוני את יעקב וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו, ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל. Sam?
I will be reading for Haley, who did not make it tonight. What does being Jewish mean to me? If you had asked me this question a year ago, my answer would probably have been different from what it is today. I might have said something like, because my family is, or because I had a bat mitzvah. But now, especially in this past year, I have grown into Judaism and learned more about my Jewish identity. For me, being Jewish means going home to Israel and seeing our history right in front of me, or being with my family on holidays and celebrating. It means persevering through hard times just like our ancestors did, or having a strong relationship with God. Being Jewish to me most definitely now means so much more than because I was born into it.
Turn to page 45, and there you'll find Hashkivenu, our prayer for shalom, our prayer for peace, our prayer for hope that we can wake up to a better tomorrow. And just as we a minute ago talked about perseverance, we made it through the Red Sea, we made it to freedom. We ask for a sense of shalom as we go forward. So page 45, if you'll read together in the English, we read again together. Allow us, Adonai, our God, to sleep peacefully. Awaken us to life, O Sovereign. Spread over us your canopy of peace. Restore us with your good counsel, and save us for the sake of your name. Shield us. Remove from us enemies, pestilence, sword, starvation, and sorrow. Remove the evil forces that surround us. Shelter us in the shadow of your wings. For you, God, watch over and deliver us, and you, God, are sovereign, merciful, and compassionate. Ensure our going and coming for life and peace, now and forever. May you spread over us your canopy of peace. Baruch atah Adonai, who spreads the canopy of peace over us, over all the people Israel, and over Jerusalem. We join page 45, the bracha. Ushmor tzeiteinu uvoeinu l'chayim u'l'shalom me'ata v'yad olam ufros aleinu sukat shlomecha baruch atah Adonai haporei sukat shalom aleinu v'al kol amo Yisrael v'yal Yerushalayim. On page 46, we rise. As we look towards the center of the page, you'll find the special verse, Vayidaber Moshe, as we recognize the festival holiday that we are beginning tonight. We read together, Vayidaber Moshe et Moadei Adonai El Bnei Yisrael. In the English, thus Moses proclaimed the festivals of Adonai to the people Israel. We remain standing as we join in Chatzi Kaddish as Rabbi Richards and our confirmation class lead us.
Yitzkata ve'yitzkata shemei rabba ve'alma divrach yirutei ve'amlich malchutei ve'chayechon yomechon U'chayedecho Beit Yisrael Ba'agala U'bizman kariv Ve'yimeru Amen Yehi Shmei Rabba Mevorach Le'olam olam Le'hamaya Yitbarach Ve'yishtabach V'yitpa'ar v'yitramham v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalach Shmei kodesha b'richu Le'elam minko birchata v'shirata Tushvechata v'nechemata Dam yihiran be'alma ve'yimeru Amen.
You'll find the silent Amidah for this evening forward in your Siddur on page 306 through 314, 306 through 314 for the festival Amidah. We recite the paragraphs that say Arvit for the evening, and you're welcome to add your own thoughts and personal reflections to the words on the page. And when you're through, you're welcome to be seated. So 306, we find the silent Amidah.
Hello, I'm Samantha Fogel, and this is my confirmation speech. I've always felt connected to Judaism. Over the years, Judaism has taught me many things. I've made some great friends and memories. I also learned some great lessons along the way and made a few mistakes. But all of it has helped me grow as a person and taught me to appreciate my religion. One of the most important things I learned from Judaism is how I perceive God. I never really had time to think about who or what God is. This confirmation class gave me time to ask questions and really understand how I personally see God. I never really saw God as a person. And if I did, I never thought he had a gender. I personally felt as if God was everything, spirit, the air, just everything around us. Not only did I feel more connected to my religion, but I truly understood what Judaism was all about.
If you'll turn back in your Siddur to page 52, there you'll find the very bottom, you'll find Oseh Shalom. Our words, the last words of the Amidah that ask for peace, for shalom in the world. Surely that is something that we need, and that is something that our confirmation class is entrusted to work towards as they accept the responsibility of continuing to act and be in their Judaism and continuing to learn as knowledgeable and active Jews. So page 52 at the very bottom. Shalom Bimroma, Shalom Aleinu, Kol Yisrael, Imru, Amen. Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu, Ve'al Kol Yisrael, Yaseh Shalom. Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu, Ve'al Kol Yisrael. 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 Amen. You'll find Kaddish Shalem on page 54 again as Rabbi Richards and our confirmation class help lead us.
Yitkara v'yitkara shemei Rabba, be'halma divra kirute, v'yamlich malchute, v'chayechon v'yamechon, uv'chayedecho v'ed Yisrael, v'galav b'zman kari v'yimeru. Amen. Yehi shmei Rabba mevarach, le'olam olam mehamaya, yitbarach. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitbar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yitale v'yitala shmere kodesha v'richu ve'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechmata damiran be'ama v'imeru. Amen. Titkabal tzalaton uva'uton dechol Yisrael kodama v'hondi v'shmai v'imeru. Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imeru. Amen. Ohoseh Shalom bimromav, Uyaseh Shalom, Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imeru. Amen.
Being Jewish is more than eating challah on Shabbat or lighting candles on Hanukkah. To me, being Jewish means I always have a community to turn to for help and advice. At Agudas, our community is so tight-knit, and I feel like I can go to anyone for help. Being Jewish also means that I can learn many of the important lessons from the Torah. I relate to a lot of the stories from the Torah and have and will continue to learn from them. There is so much depth to Judaism that you can study it your whole life and learn something new every day. I love being Jewish because it has opened me up to so many people and lessons that I can learn.
You all want to take a seat behind just for a few minutes. We're going to have some special things to give you guys in just a minute. In our secular education system, children graduate from elementary school and move up into middle and then high school. In today's world, we know it's hard to be an accomplished adult without learning the basic knowledge and skills that's needed to function in our complex society. it is probably clear to certainly every adult who's present here tonight that similarly, Jewish education must go beyond the basic synagogue skills and the limited understanding of our tradition that's gained as a youngster in religious school and even as a bar or bat mitzvah. In just a few years of elementary Jewish learning, one cannot accomplish molding our children into adolescents or certainly adults equipped with the experience and the knowledge that's needed to relate to the complexities of life and to tackle the challenges of being a modern Jew in this complicated world. So we want our children to be proud of their heritage and the wisdom that it imparts to them. We want our children to be able to express themselves in meaningful ways. We want our children to have the ability to answer questions intelligently about what they believe and who they are and why they are even different. We want our children to know that our tradition offers to them the tools they need to tackle the obstacles they face and gives them a framework for expressing their happiness and their joy when celebrating life's beautiful moments and hard-won victories. We want our children to know that there may be more than one answer to any given question, and that questions sometimes lead to even more questions. It's not a coincidence that confirmation generally takes place as our teenagers reach those middle teen years, 15 and 16. It is at this age that they begin to cross the threshold into accepting adult responsibilities. Like, what did you happen not so long ago, Sam? Did we get a driver's license? We're planning to? Yes. We talked about that in our confirmation session about time to drive a car and get a driver's license. When some actually, 15 and then in 16 becomes the age where you can actually get a real paid job. 15? Maybe. But 16, usually you can get hired to do something, especially for summer jobs. We start to cross that threshold of moving forward. And similarly, confirmation reminds our students that they must confront the ideas of Judaism in a new way and see Judaism through the lens of maturity and responsibility, just as they do in the outside world. So it's not a coincidence, I think, that the confirmation service often takes place on or around this holiday of Shavuot. It was traditionally linked to this holiday of Shavuot. And although Simchat Torah is the holiday that marks the end and the beginning of the cycle of the Torah readings, Shavuot is truly our holiday of Torah. Shavuot commemorates the revelation, specifically the giving of the Ten Commandments at Mount Sinai by God. But probably more significantly, it commemorates the receiving of the Torah, the amazing event when our ancestors accepted upon themselves the responsibilities and the gifts that Torah offers to all of us. It seems more than fitting then that as we welcome the holiday of Shavuot tonight, we celebrate with these, I'm going to say four, but Haley was a part of things. She couldn't be here this evening. But we celebrate with our 5 young women who chose to participate in confirmation this year, even though it was a little different than last years and past. But they've accepted upon themselves the responsibilities of making Judaism a part of their maturing lives. Through study with me, through their continued involvement in the life of our congregation and the wider Jewish world, through their desire to learn more about who they are and to deepen their connection and commitment to Judaism, they tonight confirm that Judaism is important to them, that this community needs them, just as they need us, and that being Jewish means being a lifelong learner and a seeker and always a questioner. So it's my hope, and I know the hope of all of us in our community, in our congregation, that the 5 of you, 4 of you here, that the 5 of you have studied as our ancestors did, that the 5 of you accept the charge to continue to learn, to look for the layers of meaning behind our traditions and our rituals, to deepen your understandings of Jewish text and Jewish values, and to help strengthen this congregation, this synagogue, so that those younger than you can continue to grow as you are, and to remember that your parents, your community, your congregation, and certainly your rabbis are always there for you as you move forward in life. So we're very proud of the commitment that you've made to be here tonight, to study, to continue your Jewish involvement in the life of our congregation. We see you around here. It's not a mistake. You're not just here for the very first time in a long time. I know Sammy has you involved with things going on in our school and USY and our youth group and volunteering. Keeping your hand in the life of our community is so important. So we celebrate with you tonight, and as we do so, we're going to, Sammy, if you'll come forward, as we have some gifts and a certificate to mark this special occasion. And the book that you will see here, Jewish Literacy, is one of my favorite books. It actually is a book that I recommended be handed out to anyone interested in Judaism. It's a primary, wonderful text. You want to know something? It's there. Even if it's just a little article, it gives you a taste of something, and then you can always Google it, right? You can go deeper and deeper. But Rabbi Telushkin is an awesome teacher and a wonderful text, and I'm so happy that this is the gift that you all will be able to take home and be able to use. So I will hand over to Sammy if you'll present to our students.
I just want to add that all 4 of these girls sitting behind me have definitely been involved this year, and it's been such a pleasure to have you here every Sunday. A lot of you have been here. You've been such an integral part of making this year possible, and it's been chaotic with COVID. So I just want to thank each of you. And it's been such an honor watching you all grow and flourish and become young women. And you're all so beautiful. I'm just so proud of you. So thank you for all your help. And I'm really proud of you. So we have these books for you and a certificate for you to remember this day and commemorate it with those that you love. So Jackie, if you want to come up first. And Anna. And Sam. And Marcella. Mazel tov, ladies.
So we feel we want to invite you to take your flyer, and you'll see a special prayer for our children. So we're going to ask if you all will come up, and parents, if you all will please come up. If you'll line up, and if you can stand with one of these lovely young ladies that you have the pleasure of being a part of your family. You guys want to stretch out here so people can see you, because I know there's people watching from afar tonight. And if parents, you will bring your flyer and come on up. And ask if you'll turn to the inside of your flyer as we read together this special prayer for our children, this responsive reading, and then our parents will have the opportunity to specifically bless their children. So in the inside page, the reading together, responsively rather, God of the generations, on this special night of Shavuot, the holiday of Torah, we join with our teens who celebrate confirmation and their commitment to travel the path of Jewish learning. We congratulate them on the progress they have made. We wish them continued achievement in the years ahead. May they be blessed with health of body and mind so that they may be able to fulfill their hopes and dreams. May our people's love of learning inspire them in their continuing quest for knowledge. As they move forward in life, may they continue to grow in wisdom. As they increase their knowledge, may they gain understanding. May our young people go from strength to strength, always knowing you are with them. Amen. If you turn to the back of your flyer, you will see the blessing, the prayer, the traditional prayer for our children, which is the priestly blessing, where we ask that God watch over our children. We do this on Friday night. We recite it on special occasions like tonight. So I'll ask parents if you'll, I'll do the Hebrew, and if you will read the English The tradition is certainly usually to place a hand on your child, sometimes on the head, but to place a hand on your child, recognizing the ways that the priests would bless the people Israel as a whole. So we join, Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha, v'yasem lecha shalom. In the English, may God bless and watch over you. May God's face shine on you and be gracious to you. May God show you kindness and grant you peace. And together we recite the bracha of Shechianu so that we recognize this special moment. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kiyamanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. We praise you, our eternal God, sovereign of all, for giving us life, sustaining us, and enabling us to reach this season together. I think we should sing Simin Tov, U'Mazel Tov, U'Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, Simin Tov, U'Mazel Tov, U'Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, Simin Tov, U'Mazel Tov, U'Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, Yehelanu, 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 U'Lechol Yisrael. Yisrael, Yehelanu, Yehelanu, Olechol Yisrael, Yehelanu, Yehelanu, Olechol Yisrael. Mazel tov. All right, give your parents a hug. No, you had to do it at your bar mitzvah too. Parents, if you'll all head on down, we are going to turn to page 79 as we take a cup of grape juice or wine in Kiddush for this special, you guys come on up. It's Kiddush for this special holiday. If you all want to take a cup, Rabbi Ben, there's one for you up here too if you'd like. Give you the little ones. As we ask the congregation to rise, as we join together again, page 79, you'll find Kiddush for Yom Tov. We add the inserts for Shavuot. And we just did the Shechianu, but we will recite it again as part of the bracha. So page 79. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Borei peri hagafen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Asher bachar banu mikol am v'romamanu mikol ashon v'kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'titen lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'ahava Moadim l'simcha, chagim uzmanim l'sason. Et yom chag hashavuot hazeh, zman matan Toratenu, mikra kodesh, zecher litziat mitzrayim. Ki vanu v'acharta, v'yotanu kidashta mikol ha'amim. Umoadei kodshecha, b'simcha ufsason, hinchaltanu. Baruch atah Adonai, mekadesh Yisrael, behazmanim. Shechianu together. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, shechianu v'kiyamanu, v'higianu lazman hazeh l'chaim. We toast our confirmants. It's a good year. Not bad. We're going to ask if you'll remain standing, and if you, as the confirmation class, will grab your Sidurim as we face the Aron HaKodesh, we face the Ark, page 56. We turn back to where you will find Aleinu as we join together. Aleinu l'shabeach l'adon hakol, l'tzeis gedulam yotzer bereshit, shelo asanu b'goyei haver hatzon, velo samanu k'mishpechot ha'adama, shelo sam chelkeinu kahem, v'goram leinu k'chol hamonam, v'anachnu korim u'mishtachavim u'modim lifnei melech malchei hamlachim hakadosh baruch hu shehu noteh shamayim ve'oser haaretz u'moshav yikaro b'shamayim imal u'shchinatu zo V'gofhei meromim Hu Eloheinu einod Emet malkeinu efes ulato Hakatu v'torato V'yadata hayom v'hashevota elevavecha Ki Adonai hu ha-Elohim Bashamayim mima'al v'yaretz mitachat einod. We're on the bottom of 57. V'nemar v'haya Adonai lemelech al kol haaretz v'yom hahu yeh Adonai echad u'shemo U'shemo echad, U'shemo echad. You are welcome to be seated. You all can be seated for just a minute. That was good harmony going. I heard it. It was nice. As we prepare to recite Kaddish this evening, we continue to extend our condolences to Mark Samuels on the death of his mother, Miriam Schlofsky, to Kathy O'Neill on the death of her mother, Margaret Peg O'Neill. And as we move through the Shloshim period, to Rhonda Gorinsky and the Gorinsky family on the death of Rhonda's father, Ronnie Radcliffe, and certainly to Alan Rosenstein, and as a community, for Lisa Starr Rosenstein as well. So we keep them in our thoughts. As we again prepare to recite Kaddish, we recite the names of those whose yortzites occur today, this weekend, and in the week that is coming. Sonia Belinsky, Edna Borenstein, Woodrow Frankel, Bené Harris, Edna J. Saya, Beatrice Casson, Ruth Krakow, Thomas Levine, Lillian Levine, Donald Miner, Mae Moskowitz, Paula Platt, Felix Reif, Legia Rosen, Blanca Charlak, Leo Schwartz, Florence Strelke, and Abraham Williams. If there's any names I didn't say out loud, please feel free to recite them or to say them in your hearts at this moment. As we turn to page 58, those reciting Kaddish Yatom, the Mourner's Kaddish, if you'll rise and join with me. Page 58. Yit Gadal v'yit Kadash Shemei Rabbah.
Amen.
V'yalma divrach hirute v'yamlich malchute. V'chayechon uvyomechon uvchaye dechol Beit Yisrael. Ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imru. Amen. Yehi Shmei Rabbah mevarach le'olam olamei olmaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar, v'yitaleh, v'yitalal, shemei dekudisha, b'richu, la'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, Shushbechata v'nechemata da'amiran bi'alma v'imru amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. May be seated. The only main announcements I want to make sure you know about are we will be continuing our celebration of Shavuot. This evening, we're going to go out and have a little bit of a nosh that's waiting out in celebration. And then we will just take a few minutes, and then we'll start probably about 8:15. We will start our tikkun, which we have 3 sessions, both all about 30 to 40 minutes each. So you stay for as much as you can. Rabbi Ricky will be starting us off. She's leadoff batter, and we'll be talking a little bit more about the faces of Torah. You all might really, actually, given some of what we talked about, you all might really enjoy this discussion. So I encourage you, if you can, to hang around a little bit after and get a nosh, and then come in for as much as the tikkun as you can. We'll be here in the sanctuary for the tikkun, and we'll take in between sessions, take a little nosh out in the foyer, and you can step outside if you're comfortable to do that. And then we'll come back in for each session with Rabbi Richards and myself, and again with Rabbi Arad. So keep that in mind. Tomorrow morning we'll be here at 9:15 in the morning for our festival morning service. Again on Tuesday at 9:15, and don't forget Yizkor will be recited. The memorial service will be recited on Tuesday, and tomorrow and Tuesday we will read the 10 Commandments as part of our Torah reading. So keep all of that in mind. Want to thank our confirmation class for participating, for joining with me in study, and for taking seriously everything we did. We talked a lot. We had a lot of fun. And then we did a little bit of writing. Your writing was beautiful. Your expression of who you are and what you do and how you feel about your Judaism is important for all of us to hear and learn from you. I want to thank Rabbi Richard, certainly, for helping us with the service. Thank Sammy, who made sure, she's in the back there, made sure we had all of our presents and all of our things, and actually helped to make sure we had confirmation this year. So we thank her for that, and for all the things she does behind the scenes in connection to it. And certainly we thank Jessica, who also was very helpful in all of the details, including doing our flyer as you saw the beautiful flyer we had. So we want to thank that, and certainly Rabbi Ricky Arad and our maintenance staff, who always make sure things are the way they need to be here in our sanctuary and in our areas that we're celebrating. So with that, you guys want to do a little Adon Olam? Yeah, sure. They're game. Come on up. We're going to help you. We'll end with a little Adon Olam. Parents, we're so glad you are here with us. Again, we hope you'll, if you can, stay for a little bit, but definitely come and stay for a little bit of nosh in the back, out in the foyer, and celebrate our students. We're very proud of you again, and we want to continue to see you here, have you participate, and celebrate life with you as we go forward. So we're going to turn to page, where is it? 211, I believe. Actually, you can find it on 62, I think. Is it on 62? Mm-mm. No, that's Yigdal. 211, I believe, you can find Adon Olam. It's a weird thing in our book. It only gives you the option for Yigdal. But if you turn to 211, you will find Adon Olam as we conclude.
Hashem Hana B'terem Kol Yetzir Nivra Leit Nasa
V'chefzo kol Azai melech shemo nikra Adon Olam V'acharei kichlot hakol Levado yimloch nora Adon Olam V'hu haya v'hu hoveh V'hu yeh b'tifara Adon Olam
Adon Olam Asher Hala B'terem Kol Yetzir Nivra Leit Nasa V'chefzo kol Azai melech shemo nikra Adon Olam V'hu echad V'ein sheni Lehamshilo lehachvira Adon Olam Eli Reshit, Eli Tachlit, Elohos ve'am Yisrael Adon Olam, Adon Olam, Asher Malach, B'terem Kol, Yitzir Nivra, Ve'ed Nasa, V'chepso Kol, Azai Melech Shemo Nikra Adon Olam, Ve'hu Eli, Ve'chai Goali, Ve'tzorchem li Ve'tzara Adon Olam, Ve'hu Nisi, Umanos li, Menat Kosi Ve'yom Ikra Adon Olam, Adon Olam, Asher Malach, B'terem Kol, Yitzir Nivra, Ve'ed Nasa, V'chepso Kol, Azai Melech Shemo Nikra Adon Olam, Ve'yado Afkid Rochi, Ve'et Nishan Ve'ahir Adon Olam, Ve'im Rochi, Yevi'atzi, Adon Ali Ve'lo Ira Adon Olam, Adon Olam, Asher Malach, B'terem Kol, Yitzir Nivra, Ve'ed Nasa, V'chepso Kol, Azai Melech Shemo Nikra Adon Olam.
I'm her neighbor. Oh, awesome. Yeah. I'm going to take mine. The book. This is mine.
This is for the,
What is that?
it's a book holder.
Oh, I need this.
What? Here.
What about you? Oh, you're going to be teaching from here?
No, yeah.
Teach from there too. No, I don't want the lavalier.
I might get it. I don't stand very well teaching. It's like talking with your notebook. Where's the rest of our crew? They're still eating?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm moving my stuff. You guys can move wherever you want to be. If you're out in the foyer and want to study, please come back into the sanctuary. Did I grab them on my way?
Yes, they're right there.
Where?
You have them.
No, these are mine. No, they're on the, oh, I can get them for you. No, they're on the wall by the office. Here, I'll go get them. All right. So
You're going to do a teaspoon.
let me go. I got to walk back there. I'll get them all to come back in. Can you introduce yourself?
I would love to
Oh, my
introduce
goodness.
myself.
No, I mean,
but-
can you handle that? I think you can. Oh, there. You got it. Jerry went and got them.
Chag Sameach, Good Yom Tov. I'm Rabbi Ricky Arad, your new executive director, and I am going to start as soon as Mr. President is seated. Okay, he's here. Okay, so you have 3 teachers today, 3 rabbis teaching. My teaching will be the easiest. Why? Because it's going to be just a few little stories. And but before I start, I want to just say the blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kideshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Amen. I am saying the blessing because we know that when you say the blessing and they perform the mitzvah, there are points. And while I love to be a rabbi and teach, I'm also very good with numbers, and I want to make sure that I get the points. So you get the points when you say the blessing before you start learning Torah. I'm going to talk today about Shiv'im Panim LaTorah. Shiv'im is a number. Sheva is 7, so Shiv'im will be 70. Who said that? A round of applause. Thank you very much. Shiv'im means 70. 70 panim. What's panim? Faces. Who has 70 faces? The Torah. It's kind of strange because when you talk about someone will say, oh, she's two-faced. That's not a very nice thing to say. And here our holy Torah that we admire has 70 faces. Well, did you know that the word panim comes from the word pnim, which means not outside, but, oh, you're not going to talk. I'm going to stop also. The word panim comes from the word bifnim, inside. So the Torah has not just 70 faces, it has 70 internal truths. Panim. So when people look at your face, they can learn a little bit about your interior as well. Shiv'im panim la Torah means 70 different interpretations to the Torah, 70 different inside understanding to the Torah. And I just wanted to share with you that the face of the Torah that I was introduced to as I was growing up in an extremely Orthodox city in Israel. The name of the city is Bnei Brak. Anybody ever been there? You didn't miss anything. Jerusalem is a wonderful, beautiful Orthodox city as well, but it has the Christian quarters and the Muslim quarter, and I mean, it has a lot of diversity, but not so much in where I grew up. We had mostly ultra-Orthodox people, and this is how I grew up, and this is my background, and this is my school. And there were times when I could not connect to this particular face of the Torah. It was too black and white. This is right and this is wrong. And there were many times when the teachers in the school would say, please read up to chapter 7 and then jump to chapter 12 and read from 12 to 15. So the first thing that I did when I ran home, what are the chapters that we're supposed to skip? And that's the only chapter that I read. And when I was not ready with my homework, my parents were very surprised. She did sit down and read and study, but not what I was supposed to. That was the stuff that were very controversial within the Torah, and this is what I wanted to study. It's because I wanted to see other things in the Torah, and I found it very difficult to connect to the face of the Torah that told me, for example, that on Shabbat I was not supposed to be touching the dog because it was muktzeh, because it wasn't pure. And I said, how could a dog know that on Shabbos I'm not supposed to give him any love? That didn't really, I couldn't understand it. I wanted to find a different truth in the Torah. So I did what some people do when they're not very smart and educated. I just ran away from Bnei Brak, and I said, there got to be a different way of practicing Judaism. And you know where I went to? United States. I went to California. And over there, and I says, wow, there's so many different ways of practicing Judaism, pluralistic. I mean, they're Reform and Conservative and Orthodox, and it was like a whole different life. And I thought to myself, guess what? I can wear jeans and nobody will tell me that I'm a bad person because of it, because I'm breaking the law, and I can go with short sleeves and nobody's going to say anything. So I was experiencing different ways of practicing Judaism. And then just when I thought that I was running away from Judaism kept on chasing me, because it was, as I was traveling in the United States, it was Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I thought, I'm eating what I want, nobody's looking at me, and I just came as a tourist. And then I said, but it's Erev Rosh Hashanah, I better go to synagogue, right? So I didn't know much. I was very young and very uneducated, and I picked up the telephone from public phone, and I called a synagogue or a temple or, anything that had a nice name to it, like Temple Shalom or anything with Shalom sounded good. And they said, do you have tickets for the high holidays? And I said, tickets? No. Are you a member? Member? I said, what is this, a country club? I said, no, I didn't know anything like this, because where I came from, every 5 meters, you have another little shtibel and a lot of synagogue. And so I didn't know. But then I found a synagogue that took me in to study. It was actually Chabad. And believe it or not, I went there, and that night I says, wow, God, this is Rosh Hashanah, and I have a whole shopping list for you. This is what I would like you to make sure that I get from this Rosh Hashanah. I like it here. I need you to get me a job, a green card, a place to stay, and a few other things, right? And I was praying really hard. To pray, I know, because I grew up with that. At the end of the service, the rabbi came and said, "You are praying with such kavana. You're really praying. How did you learn to pray like this?" I said, "Well, I come from Bnei Brak, and I have a certificate of a teacher for Jewish studies." And he said, "Oi, Ribono Shel Olam, you listen to my prayers." I said, "Your prayers? What were your prayers?" He said, "My wife is 9 months pregnant. We're looking for a teacher for the yeshiva." And I said, and you could take her place. I said, "But I don't have a place to live." "Oh, you can stay with us. I don't have a green card. We'll get you an attorney." And I said, "Okay, God, check. Good job." But then this is what I did. And my family in Bnei Brak were laughing. She ran away from us, and now she's living with a Chabad rabbi, teaching in a yeshiva. She can't run away. This is evidently something she needs to do. But after a year of doing that, I thought to myself, I didn't like the way that I was taught Torah, but there's different ways, because in the evening I went and I studied and I taught in a conservative school, and on some Sundays on a reform school, and I tried to really look at the beauty of each and every congregation. And like I said in the beginning, the Torah has 70 faces. There's so many ways to practice Judaism and to find what connects with you. And what I promised myself is no guilt. I will do what connects with me. If some people tell me it's more important what you bring and say out of your mouth more than what the food or the level of kashrut that you keep, so be it. They connect with that. Let people connect with the different interpretation of the Torah. And it's also said, Hafoch ba vehafoch ba dekula ba. You turn the Torah, and you turn it, and you turn it, and each time you turn it, everything is in it. You will find what it is that connects with your spirituality. And again, just talking about panim, as we said, shiv'im panim la Torah, 70 faces to the Torah. Panim is a special word, you know. Today, when you blessed your children, you said, Ya'er Adonai panav elecha, in the blessing of the Kohanim, the priestly blessing. We're saying, may God shine his face to you. Right? So panim is also your aura, your spirituality, what you represent. And the same thing, the Torah has 70 different ways of expressing the truth of the Torah. There is not just one truth. There were times when I taught Judaica, and students would say, wait a minute, Rabbi Shimon says this, and Rabbi Hillel says this, so what's the right one? So you don't have to walk home and know what's right and what's wrong. It's okay sometime to live within this world that we don't really know what's the right answer, because sometimes there are two right ways of looking at things. Someone just told me yesterday about a book that is called The Symphony of Selves. And don't ask me who I forgot the author, but it talks sometime, you know, people that you deal with, and you find something about them that you really don't like, and you're saying, maybe I should just stay away from this person. And then it's like, hello, hold on. What about all the other faces that this person have, the other selves? You like the fact that he's compassionate and he's helping you, so he's argumentative, and this part is difficult about him. Maybe you need to put your concentration on the other selves of this person, because each and every one of us, there are times when we're more compassionate, more understanding, especially when we are parents to our children, and sometimes when we're more stern, when we work or when we negotiate for business. That doesn't mean that this is not part of us or this is the only part of us. We have all this different truth about ourselves. So what I would like to just leave you with is that in one of the Psalms there is a prayer. It's a special prayer for a very poor person or a person who really asking God to help him in the time of turmoil, time of terrible crisis. And it starts with, Al taster panecha mimeni. God, do not hide your face from me, because the face is the light, is the aura, is the spirituality, and the most amazing words of this psalm is, God, don't hide your face, turn your face toward me. So as you are learning Torah, find the face of Torah that connects with you. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. Thank you. Thank you.
See if it'll work. I don't do well with standing behind a podium when I teach. If you haven't noticed, I have to move around. So I want to piggyback off of that, Rabbi Ricky. One of the best, and teach this to the kids, one of the best explanation of emet. We talk about, we do bracha for Torah, right? Torah emet, we talk about the blessing at the Aliyah, we talk about V'chayei olam, not b'dolchinu, but we have the talk about Torah emet, Torah of truth. I always ask the kids, what does that mean?
It's the Torah of truth. And they're, oh, well, that it really happened. We try to understand, what does the word truth mean? What does the word emet mean? And emet certainly is not versus false. I try to teach them it's not true versus false, that it really happened. That's not my concern when I study Torah. I'm not out to prove whether Moses did what he did, or Abraham really did what he did, or anyone did what they did, right? What is the truths? What are the eternal meanings that I can get? Aleph Tav, I love that, because I've not heard that way before. Aleph Tav, what are those eternal meanings that are infinite, right? That from the history all the way to our time. Those things that our ancestors can relate to just as well as we relate to. Those truths that really touch us. That's what the Torah, that's what makes the Torah timeless. That's what makes it infinite for us in terms of its meanings, in terms of having those 70 faces. So I love that idea of Aleph Tav, because it's to the idea of never ending, if you will, right? You think about a number line, the Aleph, the arrow that goes that way, and the Tav with the arrow that goes the other way. It's forever. Those eternal truths are what we're really talking about. And so, thank you for that. Okay, got it. But that's exactly. I think it's a wonderful way to go. So I'm going to pass out a sheet for you. So let me just gonna send it down the row here. You guys can send some of it here on this side. Thank you. Okay, so this is just gonna look at a little text. And again, we're trying to stay near the microphone because we know there may be people joining us in live stream. One of my first experiences here at Agudas was actually not here at Agudas. It was actually I was received word, yep, you're hired, you're our new rabbi, and it was Shavuot came, and I said, hey, this is a great chance for me to see what's going on. Of course, it was COVID, so I tuned in on the Zoom and tried to watch from afar. So I remember sitting in my house in Kentucky as things were going on, starting here, the Tikkun was starting here, and I was starting there, and celebrating Shavuot with you. So in some ways I feel this is my second Shavuot, even though it's really my first. Okay, so I have a text that's coming. And what I put on the first is from Sefaria. If you don't know what Sefaria is, look it up. It's a fantastic website. It has all kinds of texts and midrash. It's fantastic to get text from. And I just included here for a moment the story of the revelation at Sinai. We're going to read this tomorrow. So if you want to get a preview, you can look at it now, but we're going to read it from the Torah tomorrow. So look at Exodus 19. And I just want to look just for a moment. We're just going to read through just a little bit of the details of how the revelation at Sinai of the giving of the Ten Commandments happened. So here, straight from the text. So on the third new moon, and we're not going to really look at this text in and of itself. We can talk more about it tomorrow, but we're going to look at the Midrashim in the back. So don't go there yet. So on the third new moon after the Israelites had gone forth from the land of Egypt, on that very day they entered the wilderness of Sinai. And having journeyed from Rephidim, they entered the wilderness, they camped in the wilderness, and Israel encamped there in front of the mountain. And Moses went up to God. So we know the setting, right? Moses goes up, mountain at the foot. Everybody is, where is Moses, right? Eventually, we know that happened. Moses goes up, and God calls to him from the mountain, saying, thus shall you say to the house of Jacob, and declare to the children of Israel. And it goes on some beautiful language. You've seen what I did for you, right, in Egypt, how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to me. This is covenantal language, which is really, really wonderful. And now then, if you'll obey me faithfully and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession, my Am Segula, right, among all the peoples. Indeed, all the earth is mine. Verse 6, but you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, right? This is talked about the holiness. This is how we're going to have this relationship, this covenantal relationship. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel. So Moses, of course, comes down. He summons the elders. He puts before them all that God had commanded. And all the people as one say, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow, they say, all that Adonai has spoken, we will do. Right? All that God says, we will do. And Moses brought back the people's words to God. God said to Moses, I will come to you in a thick cloud in order that the people may hear when I speak with you, and so trust you ever after. So we have this, again, beautiful scene where God is speaking to Moses. Moses comes down and speaks to the people very simply. And those of you who were on the Torah talk yesterday know that when we see a text, it seems very simple. The rabbis immediately are going to go, not so simple, right? I don't think it was quite as easy as it seems like it says. But what did the people respond? All that God has spoken, we will do. Okay, and so we're going to fast forward in the text. You're welcome to continue to read it, or come tomorrow morning and read it from the Torah with us. But they're going to be ready. They get ready. We're turning the page. They get ready, and they're here on Mount Sinai, and here it all comes, right? And we have this beautiful scene, and then turn to the last page, where it is the last piece of Exodus. If you turn to that third page, right? We fast forward to Exodus 24, where we have a companion to that verse. We just say all that, we'll do what you tell us to do. Verse 7 of Exodus 24, then he took the record of the covenant and read it aloud to the people, and they said, Kol asher diber Adonai na'aseh v'nishma. All that Adonai has spoken, we will faithfully do. So we have two pieces of this. In terms of our covenantal, our getting the Ten Commandments, the getting the Torah, we had it just as we saw it over here, right? You're going to be a holy nation. They say, great. All that God has spoken, we will do. They say it here in verse 8 in our Exodus 19. And again, it's basically repeated with an extra piece of it. All that God has spoken, we will faithfully do. Na'aseh v'nishma. We will faithfully do. And what's nishma? Shema. What'd you say? Hear it, right? But what does Shema intent? What is the inference for Shema? Is it just hearing something passively? Listening, right? Hear, O Israel, or listen, O Israel. Depends on how we translate it, whatever Sidor you might have. It is the idea of understanding. There's a concept that Shema just doesn't mean hearing something passively. We know we can hear things all the time, but understanding it takes work, takes attention. Right? So that word is important. All right. So how did we come to receive the Torah on Mount Sinai? So we just read a basic account, describes the revelation at Sinai in grand terms. And the text tells us that our ancestors, again, responded with certainty, Na'aseh v'nishma, we will do and we will nishma. We will hear it. We will listen to it. We will understand it. Now, this is again from yesterday. Our sages, however, said, I don't think it's quite so simple. They added some detail to our story through a very creative midrash that suggests the Israelites maybe didn't all happen just so simply this way, right? What did we know about ourselves? We're already complainers. Again, this is yesterday's text if you were studying with us on Shabbat. We know we're complainers. Nothing's ever that easy, right? Sure, God says, here, take this. Oh, sure, God, we'll do what you tell us. Great, right? Really? We didn't see, that doesn't quite work the way we were leaving Egypt. Nothing was that simple. So the sages come and say, I'm not so sure about this. So if you turn to the back, just the back sheet that you have, they add some detail from a wonderful midrash from Sifrei. It appears in several places. Psita Rabati is here too. And if we didn't have to worry about someone watching from afar, I would share the wealth and have you all read. But I'll go in so that we make sure people can hear us. All right, so here's a midrash to consider. And this is the we'll take it midrash. Right? So how do we come to receive Torah? Well, we're going to see two different levels. Stick with the first one here. When God gave the Torah, at first God went to the children of Esau. Now, do we have any of that in our text? No. It seems like we got out of Egypt, we traveled, we got here, we went to Sinai, Moses went up, here it is, great, here, take it, we'll take it, yay! Right? Rabbis say, nah, not so easy. We're missing a lot of details. So what did God do? God gave the Torah, at first went to the children of Esau. God said to them, will you accept the Torah? They responded, what's written in it? And God replied, you shall not murder. And the children of Esau replied, well, that's what we do. That goes against our grain. Our father Esau let us rely only on the sword because his father told him, by your sword you shall live, which is from Genesis. We cannot accept the Torah, says the children of Esau. You got to be familiar, right? Esau, right? Do we know the children? Isaac, right? We got the children of, right? Jacob and Esau. We know that he was the hunter. He was the son. Yeah. So the children of Esau, based on the blessing, we can't accept the Torah. So God then says, okay, all right, well, I'll go to the next candidate. So it goes to the children of Ammon and Moab and asks them, will you accept the Torah? And they ask, well, yeah, what's written in it? Sure. Well, then tell me first. And God replies, you shall not commit adultery. And they said, well, our very origin is in adultery, as Scripture says, and here's another proof text from Genesis. Thus were both daughters of Lot with child by their father. Wait, right? So the children of Ammon and Moab, that's not going to work for them. No, thank you. We're not going to take it. We like adultery. We like unholy relationships. Take your Torah. It's not for us. We can't accept it. So God then went to the children of, not us, the Ishmaelites, right? We haven't even gotten there yet. So now we're still, what are we, number 1, 2, 3, we're the third, we're not even gotten to the third place yet. God went to the children of Ishmael rather, and God asked them, will you accept the Torah? Of course, the Ishmaelites said, what is written in it? And God replies, you shall not steal. Well, they replied, it's our very nature to live off what is stolen and what is taken by assault. Of our forebear Ishmael, it is written, again, another proof text, he shall be a wild ass of a man. It should say ass, not as. Sorry. He shall be a wild ass of a man. His hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. That's the description of Ishmael. Well, we can't accept the Torah because it goes against what we do. So forget that. Never mind. So there was not a single nation among the nations whom God did not go to and speak, as it were, and knock on the door and ask whether they'd be willing to accept the Torah. So finally, what does God do? God comes to Israel and they say, Na'aseh v'nishma, we will do and we will strive to understand. We will do and we will understand it. We will listen. All right. So, the Midrash, number 1, suggests, what does it suggest about the nations? What does it suggest about us? We're the only ones who would take it, right? We have this grand idea, right? We're the only ones who would take it, suggests the Midrash. There's the second part, right? Not only are we the only ones who would take it, no one took it before us, though, right? Everyone else got a chance first. And then, as you pointed out, Steve, we weren't even first. We weren't even second. We weren't even third. Heck, we were last. Finally, we took it. Right? Okay, so can we claim superiority when we talk about our revelation experience according to this Midrash? Can we say, look how great we are, God gave us the Torah? Right? Doesn't work according to this Midrash because we were last on the list. We were forgotten. No one else would take it except us. We're stupid enough to take it. Yeah, go ahead, take it, right? Yeah. So yeah, were we really chosen? Well, it doesn't seem like it. Certainly, I don't think we could say we were chosen in this case. Okay. So we don't have a claim of superiority according to the Midrash. We weren't offered it first, and certainly we know everyone else took it reluctantly. Nevertheless, we accepted it willingly. But what is odd is how, right? We will fulfill your commandments and go to what we talked about, Na'aseh v'nishma. What's weird about that part? We're going to go to the commandments, and then we're going to strive to understand. Absolutely. In our Midrash, did we say, hey, what's in it? Everyone else did. They were smart. What's in it? Should we take it? You know, it's like someone, I have a present for you. Oh, well, what is it before I accept it? Oh, here's a new puppy to take care of. Here's we didn't ask according to the Midrash, right? We said, Na'aseh v'nishma. We'll take it, we'll do, and then we'll strive to understand what it is. The question from the rabbis is, who does that? Right? Oh, let's get married and then I'll find out if I like you or not. Doesn't really work very well, does it? Okay? Since when do we as Jews not answer a question with a question? That's number one. Do you want it? Right? What would be our natural, and it's funny, what would be our natural thing to say? What is it? Right? right? Our classic is always answer, okay? We know that our classic way of doing things is to answer a question with another question, right? Do you want it? Well, what's in it? Okay? There's a great thing, they used to do improv. I don't know if anyone ever watched, what's the fun show on TV? But they have a game where they have to do a question, everyone has to ask each other questions. And the first one who doesn't ask the question is out. Yeah, the next person comes in and starts again. So it's like saying, what do you want? Well, what's in it? Well, how are you feeling about it? Oh, well, what do you and you can't answer fast enough. It's with a question. So our classic thing is we ask with a question. What's our answer to every question when we do answer? What's the best answer we can give? It depends. Right? Do you want the Torah? It depends. What's in it? Right? So we are bargainers, like Abraham did with God over Lot, and with Isaac, and like Jacob did in wrestling with the angel. And we talked about this a few weeks ago too in our Torah talk, right? What is Yisrael? What's the word Yisrael mean? We're called Israel, the people Israel. One who wrestles with God, right? One who struggles to understand, one who struggles to understand what God is. So the sages of the Talmud read this simple response in the Torah, and they asked a natural question. Given our history, why would a people who had just emerged from slavery in Egypt be so willing to accept the yoke of something upon themselves? They just got free. Why would they want to now get 613 mitzvot? So now the sages are going to answer their own question with the second midrash. Here's the second midrash down below. This is the take it or else. Before it's we'll take it, then we'll think about what it is afterwards. This is take it or else. Changes a little bit. There's a difference, the different reason the Israelites respond in Na'aseh v'nishma. So the other one is, okay, yeah, they're Vayityatzeu b'tachtit hahar, coming off that phrase, and they stood at the foot of or under the mountain, b'tachtit hahar. So playing off the words that they stood under the mountain, you can not just stay at the foot of, but they're literally under the mountain, tachtit hahar. The rabbis say, Rabbi Abdimi Bar Chama said, this verse implies that the Holy One lifted up Mount Sinai and held it like an inverted cask over the heads of the children of Israel and said, if you accept the Torah, well and good, but if not, I'm going to drop this mountain upon you, and here you shall be buried. In which case, what did the Israelites respond? Na'aseh v'nishma, we'll take it, we'll do it, right? Very different midrash. Very different way of looking at it. Can you imagine this? We're standing at, right? Standing, what would you do? Right? So, sure, God, whatever you want, I'll do it. I'll do it. So my question is, which story accurately reflects the reality of the Jewish people? Okay? Is it immediate acceptance or is it coerced agreement? Yeah, we'll do it. Or, okay, I better do it. All right, so perhaps both stories are accurate, reflecting, and we talked about 70 faces, reflecting two of those different faces, those two different sides of the same coin, right? So apply that to today. Think about it. We have pride in being Jewish, but yet sometimes we take it for granted. Think of the paradigms, right? We go through this all the time. Communally, when we act as a community, we seem strong. But sometimes individual commitment, maybe not so strong. We have mitzvot, right? Prayer, communal prayer. But then sometimes doing those individual things, maybe not so strong again, right? Taking on mitzvot individually at home. We do a lot what we do together, but when we take it, do we take it home and do what we need to do? Do we say Na'aseh v'nishma at home, or do we only do it in our community? There's a tension there, right? So the Ten Commandments are presented, interestingly, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow, to the individual, to a single. It's not really as a group. So the mountain over the head of all of us is an interesting midrash, but the text, if you look back into the text, it suggests that it's a singular experience, that each person had to accept responsibility. So while we think about it as a communal thing, it's a responsibility. So here's the tension again, the two sides of the coin. How do we do as individuals? How do we do it communally? How do we live our Judaism individually? How do we live our Judaism as a community? Right? Think about what's the feeling that we have when there are things we want to do versus the feeling of being commanded. This is where the midrashim come in. Where we willingly do it, great, I'll do this, I love it. Versus, oh no, you're going to schlep me to shul again? Really? I don't want to do that, right? So we are always feeling that tension, I think, in our lives. And if, again, think about the feeling of responsibility of doing something from the heart that we want to do versus feeling commanded to do something. Think about any mitzvah we do, keeping kosher, right? Sometimes I'm like, man, I would really love to go to KFC and get some fried chicken. That would be awesome. I'd love to. But I know that, wait a minute, that's what I want to do, what I feel like I want to do versus what I know I have the mitzvot, the commandment of keeping kosher places upon me and the responsibility I accept for it. So if I'm doing that, I got to put down those feelings of of something else I want, right? Shabbat. I really want to go do something. I want to go. What? Shabbat. It's Shabbat. So we as Jews live in that tension all the time. I know. I can't believe you're still awake. It's impressive. And happy. That's the key. Happy. Right? So we live in this tension. We operate with this dynamic, and put it back now into conservative Judaism. We operate in this dynamic as conservative Jews in particular, right? We really are the best of living at both. We're the best at recognizing the mitzvot, right? These responsibilities, these commandments placed upon us by tradition. Yet what do? We strive to put them with meaning. We strive to understand them. Yet we still recognize the yoke of doing them, even when we can't understand them. We still do na'aseh, and then we still do v'nishma. And there's, again, that sense of tension. So we don't work to do things blindly. It's what you kind of talked about before, Rabbi Ricky, when you said you were doing all this stuff and you didn't know, right? So we do that all the time. We, as conservative Jews, are committed. I'm not saying anyone else isn't, but we, in particular, are committed to finding what those 70 faces are. We are committed to finding na'aseh, to doing, but then by doing to nishma, not forget the other part. Not forget the other part, but strive to understand what it is we're doing. Strive to find meaning in what we do. Rosenzweig, a philosopher, always said, in answer to any mitzvah that you may or may not do, you don't say, I don't do that mitzvah, you say, not yet. And it plays into this idea, this same thing, that we are always striving to do what we responsible for, what the mitzvot are, what our commandments are placed upon us, that the yoke of that covenant, and we don't do it blindly. And we can't do it blindly. We have to find the joy and the burden, the balance of that. We have to find that na'aseh with that balance of nishma. And those two have to be together. Those two midrashim work in tandem. They're the opposite sides of the coin. So when you think about how is revelation, right? Is revelation, how do we come to accept it? What's the accepting the Torah on two levels? The Midrash reminds us again that we have to live in that tension. That's what being Jewish is really all about. And if we want the easy way, it isn't. We're not going to find there's not an easy way, right? The easy way is either, and then sometimes it's negative. The easy way is either the mountain is over our heads and we just do it. And sometimes we come out unfulfilled because we don't know why we're doing it. We don't know what we're doing, right? When I married my husband, Jeffrey, we had long talks about theology, and he would be like, well, this is just what you're supposed to do, right? You just do it. And we never asked why. This is just what I was taught, right? You do this because that's what we have to do. And I said, well, wait a minute. You're not taking the next step. You weren't taught. And that's what I want to always make sure our kids do, our teenagers do. It's what confirmation was about. Those of you here earlier, is taking that next step. Yes, we're going to teach you what is expected of you, but boy, if it's going to have any meaning for you, then you better understand why it's expected of you and how you can connect it to yourself. Again, what's that face of Torah that speaks most to you as you do it? So keep in mind these midrashim. They're classic ones. They're fun. And you're welcome to keep this sheet if you want. If not, I'll take it back. But it has the text of the Revelation in its entirety that we will study tomorrow. and then the two ways of looking at it according to the rabbis. Thoughts, comments, questions, ideas? Yeah.
There's a joke I've heard playing off of the first midrash where God goes to all of the nations and finally he comes to Israel and says, "Will you take my commandments?" And Israel says, "How much do they cost?" And God says they're free, and Israel goes, "Oh, I'll take 10."
That's a great one. So yeah, so they were to get the 10. I'll take 10, right? I don't know how we got to 613 then. Somebody must have bargained a little higher than we did, right, and kept going. That's a great one. That's a good one. Very nice. Thank you. All right. Well, you want to take a 2-minute break or so? A couple-minute break to stretch? Rabbi Richards, I know, is going to bring up the rear. He's got some fantastic midrashim just to share with us as well. And does everybody need a break, or are we good? We're good? All right. Well, then let's go on. I'll turn my little friend off here and get that out of the way.
Sorry.
Feeling tall today, so I put the step away. You never know. You never know. The evening is not my time to flourish, so I'm going to try to stay high energy here because my bedtime was like 30 minutes ago. Let's see what we can do. We'll just wait for everybody to get some. Oh, while we're waiting, actually, I'll tell you that the reason why I picked this material, although it will become somewhat clear as we go through, is because I fell in love with what's called the mashal in Hebrew when I was in rabbinical school and before that in yeshiva. The mashal, the parable, is something that I had always mistakenly understood as being something that's found in other traditions, mainly, specifically that of Christianity, used more than anybody else, I think, by Jesus. And he does a good job using them, but simultaneously, while that tradition was developing and using the parable, Judaism was having a great time of its own with the parable. And I think parables are great. We'll talk about it a little bit, but one of the great things about the parable is that it's like a story, but made to be basically true for your situation. So it's like, if you're like, I just don't understand how that would work, and then we say, you know what it's similar to? Blah, and we all say, oh yeah, that, right? So I fell in love with the parable. I did my capstone project on parables, so if you ever want to read 33 thrilling pages on why parables are great, I'm happy to send it to y'all. But anyhow, now everybody has it. So, I thought what we could do is I brought 4 parables today. Oh gosh, that's a lot, but it's really not too bad. The first 2, as I put as the title, is the same story twice but different. It's a take on Adam and Eve in the garden, which we'll see in a moment. The last 2 are about Torah itself, and I thought that could be interesting because on Shavuot we receive Torah. And as we go, I would love to hear any insights, observations, etc. One, we're going to learn how to break down the parable. So if this is your first parable, great, we're here to help. If it's not your first parable, great, doesn't matter. Try to figure out, what does the parable make better or worse about the story? What questions does it raise or answer, etc. And by the way, if we don't know the story of Adam and Eve, just let me know right now. Everybody sort of has some... Okay, so I'm just going to give you the background in case you didn't know, because parables are always rooted in text, because otherwise it doesn't make sense, right? A biblical parable is going to be. So the story of Adam and Eve, dude named Adam, woman named Eve, God, snake, tree, don't eat, garden, you ate from the tree, get out of my garden. Okay, you know that story? Good, because that's the story they're going to use. So here we go. Breshit Rabbah, right? Breshit Rabbah is somewhere between 300 and 500 CE. Early Midrash, not as early as Sifrei, but early. All right, so, and he said, who said? This is God, by the way. So it starts with a verse because that way we know we're in the Bible. And God said, who told you that you are naked? You remember this part? Have you eaten of the tree from which I commanded you not to eat? Right? So God is scolding Adam and Eve for eating from the tree. Don't eat from the tree. Now they know they're naked. Why do they know they're naked? Because They ate from the tree that gave them wisdom, and they said, oh, we're naked. Don't do that. So God says, don't do that. That was the verse. This isn't the parable yet. Now it's the parable. Rabbi Levi said a parable to a woman who went to the wife of a snake charmer to borrow vinegar. Boy, there's a lot happening there, right? So there's a woman. She goes to her neighbor's house. The neighbor is another woman. She's married to a snake charmer. She wants vinegar. This is not abnormal. The borrower asked the housewife, casually, how does your husband treat you? You know, just hanging out, housewives. How does your husband treat you? And the housewife replied, he treats me very well, thank you. And he lets me have everything in the house except for this strange barrel that is filled with snakes and scorpions over which he doesn't let me touch. So like, neighbor shows up, want to borrow vinegar, right? How's your husband treat you? It's so great. Perfect marriage, except he has this mysterious barrel in the house, and he says there are snakes and scorpions in there. Does she believe him? I don't know. Keep going. The borrower said to the housewife, all of his jewelry is in that barrel. He wants to marry another woman and give her the jewelry. She sowed the seeds of dissension. So what did the housewife do? She put her hand in the barrel, because why? She wants to see if there's jewelry in there, right? So the other woman's convinced her. There's jewelry in that barrel. He's going to go marry a better-looking me. Better find out if that's true. Puts her hand in the barrel. What happens? Turns out there were scorpions in there. So they bite her, right? They bite her. And her husband shows up home, and he hears her screaming, ow, I've been bitten by scorpions, or snakes. Scorpions? We don't know. One of the two. They're both in there. Okay, so they start biting her. She starts screaming. Her husband shows up. He says, did you touch the barrel? The answer being, of course you touched the barrel. People don't just scream randomly, right? So he touched the barrel. And now here, in a parable, we have two parts. The mashal, which is the story, and the nimshal, which is what it parabolizes, right? So our Bible. So we're back to the Bible. So too did the Holy One, blessed be God, say to Adam, the first man, did you eat from the tree which I told you not to eat from? Question mark. Okay, so we might say to ourselves, I'm kind of confused what happened here. Are we confused? Maybe. So let's break down the parable, because I was confused when I first read it. When we break down a parable, what do we want to do? We want characters who are synonymous with the characters in the story, okay? So I'm going to name a character, and you're going to tell me who it is. Ready? This will be fun. All right, there's a woman who goes to another woman to borrow vinegar, all right? So the borrower, who is the borrower? By the way, this is the person who asks how the husband treats the woman, okay? So who is the borrower? The snake. Good, right? The snake is going to sow dissension. All right, so who is the housewife? Is the housewife Eve? Look at the end of the parable. God said to Adam, did you eat from the tree? Yeah, the housewife is not Eve. We do like to give her a bad rep. We do. Have you seen? People are Eve. I don't blame y'all for saying it. I grew up on the same thing. It's Eve's fault. Original sin is Eve's fault. No. So Adam, it's Adam's fault, right? Why is it Adam's fault? Because he listened to the snake, apparently. I know, in our story, we're like, well, Eve listened to the snake, but Adam also listened to Eve, okay? Great. Okay, who else are we missing? Let's see. The king. Oh, sorry, not the king in this one. The husband. Who's the husband? God is the husband. Good. We're always faithless, so this is good. And then what's the barrel? The tree. What are the scorpions? What? Sorry, that was a lot of things. I didn't hear. The apples. Okay. The knowledge. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah, this is the thing about parables, is unless they tell you what it is, it's kind of hard to say. We can use our imagination. I like to imagine that the scorpions or whatever, it's the bite of death, right? That knowledge brings with it, right? So they're going to die now because of that. So they're suffering. Maybe it is knowledge. Knowledge makes you suffer. Could be, right? So anyhow, that's the parable broken down. So now when we take the parable and we look at it, what do we see? Let's read it with the characters' names in it. A parable to a snake that went to go talk to the humans. Let's just make Adam and Eve one group called the humans. Went to go talk to the humans and said, hey, humans, how do you like God? And the humans said, we like God a lot. God is great. We can do anything we want in this beautiful garden except touch that tree that's full of knowledge over there. God said, don't touch the tree that's full of knowledge. And so then the snake said to the humans, did you know there are treasures in that tree? And God is interested in another party. God doesn't want to be married to y'all anymore. God would like to take those treasures and get a better set of creatures better than you. Right? This is interesting. So then humans say, oh no, we're going to be betrayed and left to die. This is horrible. Let's find out if that's true. They look, turns out it's not true. There was knowledge there and it was dangerous. They get the knowledge, they freak out, they know the truth. God shows up. Did you touch my knowledge tree? Answer, yes. So then what does God do? We know what happens next, right? God says, see ya, right? So God divorces. If we were to end the parable, you keep going. What does the husband do to the wife, unfortunately? Divorces the wife, right? Kicks her out. Get out of my house, right? That's what happens. Or maybe he says, we just need some marriage counseling and we'll come back together later. We can look at it that way because we're kind of still in the house, kind of out of the house, right? So anyhow, what questions or different ideas does the parable elucidate? What do we see here that we wouldn't see if we were just reading the story? Great. So what happens to the wife after, right? So one of the things we might say to ourselves is, I've never looked at the story of Adam and Eve before as being like God sort of divorcing us. Makes you kind of sad, huh? Or maybe it's not divorce, maybe it's being kicked out. All of a sudden, maybe we merited being kicked out. Look at how suspicious we are. Or maybe we had a good reason to be suspicious. Look at this, like maybe God is looking after someone else. That would be pretty upsetting. You just were created 10 minutes ago and God's already looking after someone else. I'd be upset, right? It also makes you wonder, though, it's kind of strange, a snake charmer and all these things, why do they pick these images and vinegar, etc., right? Parables are funky. So they're details because, one, it's relatable, but two, maybe it makes us ask questions. The idea of touching the barrel. Why does God set this up, by the way, right? So you might say to yourself, what kind of crazy person takes a barrel and fills it with poisonous snakes and scorpions and then sticks it in the house? Like a psychopath, right? What kind of crazy God is this? He's the kind of God who would crush you under a mountain if you didn't take the Torah, right? That's the kind of God this is. Is that a God we want to believe in? Maybe the parable shows God as an irrational husband, setting up impossible situations. But if you don't like that, one of the things that we saw a little while ago is that Torah has lots of faces. You could interpret the parable differently, right? So if that makes you uncomfortable, that's okay. Be uncomfortable. Sometimes it's good to be uncomfortable. Great. So that's the first version. That's this parable. Now we're going to read a parable on the same situation, sort of. But it's going to be weird. You'll see why. We'll just start reading, and then you'll see why. This is Pirkei to Rebbe Eliezer. This is a later midrash, later meaning closer to our time period. When I say later, more recent. So like 8th century. A parable. So what does this matter like? They're talking about how the workers of iniquity fall and they don't get up again. So bad people fail. So a parable, what does this matter like? To a king who married a woman and made her supreme over all that he had. Sounds familiar, right? So now it's a king and there's a woman. They get married. He says, you can have everything I have. He said to her, everything I have is in your hands except this house, which is full of scorpions. This guy's crazy too. He's got a house full of scorpions down the road. Weird. But anyways, he says, you can have everything but my scorpion house. Don't go in the scorpion house. A certain old man visited her. He asked, for instance, for vinegar. I love this aside, by the way. You're reading the story. I'm telling you a story. I went to HEB yesterday. I saw someone who was looking for something. They were asking, perhaps they wanted to know, don't I know what happened in the story? Either it happened or it didn't. This seems like a really contrived example. A certain old man visited her. He asked, for example, maybe you have marshmallows. Why don't we know what he asked? Very strange. But anyways, certain old man comes. He says, I could use something Sounds like he's coming up with a reason to bother her. He doesn't really need vinegar. If he did, it would say he asked for vinegar, but he shows up and he says, maybe you have vinegar? Right? He says to her, wilt thou argue that he deals kindly with thee? That's weird too. Who? What? What happened here? We're in the middle of a conversation. He shows up looking maybe for vinegar, and then he says, I hope he's nice to you. Who's nice to you? So based on the other parable, we know who it is. It's her husband. It must be the husband. Is the husband a good guy? It's the same question as before. He deals with me thus. Over all that he possesses, he's made me supreme. She says, yeah, I'm like queen in the house. Thus he said to her, behold, all that I have given into thy hands, except this house, which is full of scorpions. Same story, barrel, scorpions, similar thing. The old man said to her, is not all the jewelry of the king indeed in this house? But he wants to marry another woman and to give them to her. Good. Same story, right? I mean, it's missing parts, but that happens in the Midrashic tradition because we assume you know. Like I came in and said, you know the story of Adam and Eve, and y'all said yes, and then I could abbreviate it. But if you didn't know the story, you would have said, I don't know what he's talking about. So, but watch what happens. They're going to tell us who the characters are. We're very lucky today. Let's see. Who do we think the characters are? Without looking, who are the characters? Same as before, right? Same as before. The old man is a snake. The king is obviously God. God is the king. And so humanity must be the wife, right? Wrong. Wrong. The king is Adam. The king is Adam? The king is Adam. The woman is Eve, which is what we wanted to say in the first story. And the one who asked for vinegar, of course, is the snake. And concerning them, it says, they are the workers of iniquity fallen, they're thrust down, they shall not be able to rise. Does it make sense that the king is Adam? No. Why doesn't it make sense that the king is Adam? Did Adam stick the scorpions into the house? Did Adam have anything to do with the creation of the world? What are the scorpions in the house? Those must be the tree, right? Must be. That's weird. Does it make sense that the woman would be Eve? I mean, maybe if like Eve and Adam, but it really doesn't make sense. It's kind of weird. It feels like the parable's wrong, almost, right? Or maybe I'm just convincing you because I told you the other parable goes a certain way. You can never trust rabbis. Even saying that, you're like, can we? So it makes you wonder, like, what's going on? But if you read this parable elsewhere, which I have, which I won't, I'll just share with you that there are other versions, like in Avot de Rebbe Natan, they go the way of the first set, which makes you wonder if this is a corrupt version of some sort. But again, because Torah, many, many views and perspectives, what's a nice thing we learn from this version of the parable? What's something nice that we can imagine that might line up with something we know about in the tradition? So I'll tell you one thing it tells us. Adam and Eve got divorced. Did you know that? Did you know that there was a woman named Lilith? In the tradition, the rabbinic tradition. I'm not saying in your Bible. Adam and Eve might have gotten divorced. Maybe Adam had another partner. Maybe they never reconciled. Maybe they did, and that's Seth. All sorts of curious questions that come up when you read this parable. Because you say, oh, Adam and Eve divorcing, that's interesting. Like God and the Jewish people divorcing, that's common. But Adam and Eve, wow. That opens up all sorts of possibilities. Also, it makes you wonder, the snake seems much more scheming here. Because the snake shows up and is like, how could I ask a problematic question under the pretense of getting something? Right? And the other story shows up, actually needs to borrow something. I don't know what the snake needs to borrow in the first story. But in this story, it doesn't even have a good reason. And you can see that parables often assume you know what's going on. Because here they just tell you the characters are and they don't spell out any of the rest. They don't say why it's worthwhile to know that's the characters, etc. Right? So parables, we can see, they're all over the place. And the lessons you learn from one, if you tell it slightly different, is a totally different lesson. We understand? Sort of. Questions so far? No. We understand, right? Yes, question, Cameron. Great. Perfect. So one of the reasons why it's either a corrupt parable or we're supposed to learn something differently. Either we're supposed to know the end of the parable or not. But you're right. It doesn't end. The old man says, guess what? You should be suspicious. There's jewelry in that house of scorpions. And then the story ends. Can you imagine telling a story and you get to the exciting part? Like, and then she was told about the house of scorpions. Would she go in? And then you just stop. And then you're like, and that's the story. That wouldn't be very good. It's not well told, is it? Makes you wonder, how did it make it through the tradition all these years and they didn't get rid of it or add the little part? Either they assumed we knew it, or they don't want us to understand that meaning at the end of it. Like maybe there's something else that's supposed to happen. Maybe she never actually went into the house of scorpions, and this is some fan fiction, and they're imagining like, what if the people never did that? Maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Any other questions on these two? So we're starting to understand how these work. By the way, in the Hebrew, if your Hebrew's good, always study parables in the Hebrew. It's poetic and wonderful. The maha davar domeh, to what is this similar? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Parallelism, it just feels good. So if you're into that, do that. All right, so the role of Torah, which is really sort of what Shavuos is about, although we'll talk at the end about how looking at those two parables makes a lot of sense for Shavuot. So here's a nice one. They're looking at a verse in Deuteronomy. You can flip the page if you haven't, or not, up to you. Deuteronomy 11:18. There's a verse that says, "V'samtem." You should put your the words, right? So the sages teach in this verse, and you shall place v'samtem, these words of mine in your hearts. Torah is good. God says good things. You should take those things, stick them on your heart, wear them out in the world. We take this literally and stick them on our arms sometimes and our doors, right? We're like, oh, we want the words everywhere. God says nice things. We want to walk around with the things. But they're saying put them on your hearts. V'samtem. So you can read the word samtem as what? Samtam, right? A sam, samim, drugs or elixir of some sort, and tam in this case, right? Tamim, perfect. So you can read v'samtem, you shall place. Instead of v'samtem, you read it as samtam. It is a perfect elixir. The Torah is like a perfect elixir. The Torah is the elixir of life. Okay, watch what happens. There is a parable that illustrates this. A person hit his son with a strong blow. I don't know, maybe he got mad. Smacks him. Well, then he puts a bandage on the wound. So he punches his kid. Don't do this. Then he puts a bandage on the wound. So if your kid gets hurt, do bandage their wounds. He said to his son, "My son, as long as this bandage is on your wound and is healing you, you can eat what you want. You can drink what you want. You can take a bath in hot water. You can take a bath in cold water. You don't need to be afraid. Your wound will heal, but if you take it off, your wound will get gangrenous." Right? So if you take the medicine off before the time is right, you're going to get sicker. Okay. Already, is this parable troubling for us? I hope it is. I hope it is. This is troubling for us. One, we're going to ask ourselves, how does this have anything to do with the tradition? Well, watch how it has to do with the tradition. So too God said to Israel, "My children, I created an evil inclination, which is the wound, and I created Torah as its antidote. If you are engaged in Torah study, like us, you will not be given over into the hand of the evil inclination, as it's stated, if you do well, shall it not be lifted up." Okay, time to play match the parts. Ready? Here we go. A person hit his son. Who's the dad? God is the dad. Good. Okay, who's the son? Israel is the son. Good. What is the bandage? Torah is the bandage. And what is the wound? The evil inclination. And therefore, what is the strong blow? The dad punches his son. What is the punch? The punch is the creation of the evil inclination, right? Interesting. So God, being compared to an angry, maybe abusive father, punches his child, Israel, because why? So sometimes parables leave us questions and subtle criticisms of actions. Why does God create the evil inclination is the question I would ask. And the answer is not in the parable. But if you can imagine an angry person makes a poor decision, God got angry and said, "I'll give you something to cry about." Whack. Oops. Evil inclination in the world. Now my children are wounded. Do you think the father meant to hurt the child? I hope not. But he did. This is a God who has more power than sense at times, right? This is a God who created a world that has problems in it. And then God was like, oh gosh, whoops, Torah. And that's the solution. That's what's going to fix the problem. This seems like a poor planning God who's like, I can fix this, I don't cry, like it's fine. Is this a God we really, really think is a good God to look up to? For me, it's problematic, and it's human. And I love when my God is human. Yeah. Great. Good, right? Nice. Why does God set up things we can fail at? Just like in the other story. Who makes a house full of scorpions? Who puts a barrel full of snakes? Crazy people. Is God testing us over and over? And this doesn't even feel like a test. This feels like God lost God's temper, which isn't so hard to imagine if you've ever read our Bible. The nice thing about parables is they can humanize characters who otherwise are too lofty. They can make concrete ideas that otherwise are too high up in the air. And you might say, I really don't like your parable, Rabbi Ben. I don't like it. And that's okay. We don't have to like the parable. Imagine it's not your parable. Imagine it's the parable of a number of sages who live in a world that doesn't seem quite fair. And they're suffering, and they say, I just don't get it. The world tempts us all the time. There's all these ways to go wrong. And maybe it's helpful for them to imagine that even God occasionally makes mistakes, right? Maybe. But in any case, what's interesting about this all is if you read the parable closely, what you find is if you're studying Torah, then you don't do the evil inclination. Torah can heal evil to the point where you can lift it up, right? You lift up the evil and make it good. The wound disappears. This is a really, really interesting idea of how Torah works in the world, yes? Interesting. Samtam, a perfect elixir. Torah is going to heal all the woes that God created in the world. Why God created woes in the world? That's the unasked question that I have the same question. The parable seems to push on it, but it doesn't want to, right? The sages aren't going to be heretical if they can help it. Great. So the last parable here, Torah. And of course, if you have questions about any of the parables, comments after, I'd love to hear them. The last one is a beautiful text. Kind of funny who the characters are. A parable. We don't even know what they're talking about. A parable. A king of flesh and blood had two servants whom he loved completely. King, two princes, or not princes, sorry, servants. Two servants. He loves them. He loves his servants. A little weird. He gave each of them a measure of wheat and a bundle of flax. We know what these are. They're plants. The first servant, what did he do? He took the flax and he wove it into a cloth and he made flour from the wheat and he sifted the flour and he ground it and he kneaded it and he baked it and he put it on the table. What did he make? Bread. He made bread, right? He put it upon the cloth and he left it until the king returned, and the second one did nothing and he just kept it and treasured it. Okay? So I'm gonna parabolize the parable. I go out into the audience and I say, hey, Kevin, Craig, guys, I really have this special treasure I want you to have. Here's 50 cents each, right? And I give them 50 cents. Take care of the 50 cents. And so Kevin is like, great, 50 cents, cool. I'm gonna keep that, just like Rabbi Ben said. And Craig goes, I'm gonna go take that 50 cents and make it into more money and give it all to tzedakah, okay? So who did right without looking at the rest of the parable? Who was right? I don't know. It depends on what I wanted, right? If I wanted him to just keep it as 50 cents, then Kevin was right. If I wanted him to make it into something else, then Craig was right. If I didn't give good directions, which I didn't, then nobody's wrong. But what happened here? The first one makes it into fancy stuff. The second one doesn't do anything with it. He just keeps it. He said, take this stuff. He takes this stuff. After a time, the king came back. He comes back to the house. He says to them, my sons, which is interesting. They're his sons or they his servants? My sons, bring me what I gave you. So one of them brought out the table with the bread and the cloth, and the other one brought the wheat in a basket and the bundle of flax, just like he got it. Oh, what an embarrassment. Which one's an embarrassment? Without looking any further, which one do you think is an embarrassment? Is it embarrassing to have taken something somebody told you to keep and changed it? Is it embarrassing to have taken exactly what somebody gave you and not made more of it? We wouldn't really know, would we? So they say, which do you think was most beloved? Again, we don't know. The one who brought the table with the bread upon it. They say, that is the way to do it. Somebody comes in and they give you a bunch of seeds and you plant the seeds and you grow the crops and you make the crops into something beautiful. That's what you should do in the world. So too, When God gave the Torah to Israel, God gave it as wheat from which to make flour and flax from which to make clothing through interpretation. Such a beautiful, beautiful text. Right? Really, really nice. So who are the characters? Last time tonight, I promise. A king. God. Good. The king is almost always God, except in that last parable where they said the king was Adam. But I think they're wrong. I'm a little chutzpah. 2 servants. Who are the servants? This is tricky. Humanity. Good. Okay. Humanity. Good. Good. So let's go a little further. 1 servant. The first servant is what aspect of humanity? The first servant makes the thing into something else. Who could that be? Good. It's going to be the people who interpret. The second person, who are they? Good. People who take things at face value. And they say 70 faces to the Torah. 1 face sounds good to me. It's exactly as I received it. Done. So that's the second person. What is this? They told us, but what is this? Flour and flax? It's basic Torah components. You say to yourselves, that's weird. Basic Torah components. So then, therefore, clothing and bread and everything you can make out of that is what happens to Torah when we interpret it. When you get in there and you start using tools like mishalim, parables, you make things much richer. You take the flour, or the wheat actually, and you make it into bread. You make it something you can share with others. You make it something tangible that you can put your hands into, right? So what is this parable sort of teaching us? It's teaching us about all Torah interpretation. It's teaching us that, look, it could have been the tradition, Na'aseh v'nishma, we will do and we will listen. God hands us the Torah, whether by force or by our own desire, and we say exactly as you've handed it to us, that is exactly how we will preserve it for the next bajillion generations. That could have been our tradition, but that's not our tradition. The rabbis have decided at this point, they say no, right? Tana Debe Eliyahu is 10th century. No, by the 10th century already, we say, we're not the kind of people who just take it and say, sure. We want to argue. We want to get up and say, you're wrong. We want to say, hey, I have a better idea than rabbis who knew a lot more than I do, right? Because you do have a better idea, because they didn't have our science necessarily. So we have all sorts of things to add. The tradition says, never stop interpreting. This is what this parable says. It says, Torah is great. Torah is wonderful, but you can only do so much with the stam words the way they are. Yeah, they can keep the evil inclination away. They can be the Band-Aid. But do we want to go through life just sort of ambling with flour? No. We want to take it somewhere deeper. We want to take it somewhere wonderful. And so we utilize the interpretive tradition. And the interpretive tradition is vast in Judaism. It's the greatest thing we have, I would argue. It's the reason why we've existed for thousands of years and we're still relevant today. Because we have mechanisms by which we can say that thing from 2,000 years ago can still inform your life today. Because otherwise we wouldn't read it every Shabbat. Because it wouldn't have anything to do with us. But it does. It does because we have this ability to interpret and make the flax into clothing, to make the wheat into flour and then into bread and into something we can share together, right? And this parable, the thing I love about it most, is that it gives us the authority to make parables that continue to make bread out of flour, right? Because this parable says, make parables. It says, make midrash. Can you imagine? We say, you know what legitimizes making midrash? This midrash. And we'd say, that's a tautology. You can't do that. And we say, yes, you can. And then we do it, right? That's what they're doing here. They're saying, you know what's better than a person who just accepts blindly and says, sure, whatever? The kind of person who says, I want to get dirty and messy with this and make it my own, right? And that's what this parable advocates for, which, always big fan of this parable. But also, just in terms of Torah in general, right? God gave the Torah to do stuff with it, to actually make it your own, right? To take the base ingredient and do something greater. In that way, God has a partnership with us. Like God is like half baker and we're half baker and we're supposed to finish up the product. And therefore, don't be afraid when you take a parable and you say, oh, it's going to elucidate this or that. Maybe it's going to make it messier. Don't worry about it. Let God worry about it if it gets messier. If you're confusing people, if you're telling people half-truths, it's a problem. But if you're honestly going about it with best intentions and you say Adam is the king and somebody else says the king is God, you won't be any worse off than they were just a few parables ago, right? Exactly. Good. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Yeah, Debbie. Excellent. Yeah, I agree, right? Torah is, even if it's the structure, there's so much more to it that you can continue to build and add on, etc. It's the skeleton, but all the flesh and everything on the outside that we see, you have to do that work. Exactly. Yeah, Kevin. Good. Bava Metzia, Taner Shal Achanai. Kevin's talking about Rabbi Eliezer argues with all the sages. Rabbi Eliezer's right. God even says he's right. And then the sages say, we don't care. Lo b'shamayim, the Torah's not in heaven. God, you don't control Torah anymore. The sages do. And we go after the majority. Nice. Right. So God has taken the hands off and it's yours now. Do it. Nice. I like it. Anybody else? Any comments? Do we hate parables now? Do we think they're parable? They're terrible? No, they're awesome, right? Yeah, Jerry. Good, right? So we've received Torah. We don't actually get a choice at this point, like our ancestors did, but our job is to continue to really listen, interpret, be close to the text. Don't be worried, too, right? Like the rabbis, as you can see here, they played around. They took it seriously, but they also had a great time. They had a really, really good time. In the Beit Midrash, the loud voices, the yelling, the screaming, we're really good at this at Torah study too, right? Right? As long as you can walk away at the end of the day and say, I helped to make some flour into bread, then we're doing it right? And there's not one flavor of bread that's perfect for everybody, right? 70 different faces of Torah means at least 70 varieties of bread, including gluten-free. So, great. Well, thank you guys. I think that's it. Yeah, y'all drive safe. Yeah, I mean,